G'day world, welcome to my stream. I'm Sarsaparilla Jane. It's the 30th of January, 31st of January. It's very hot. We have to have a good glass, cold glass of sarsaparilla, but that's not sarsaparilla. But it's close enough. It's portobello. So, you know, close enough, close enough. I probably could have got away with it if I didn't say anything. Yeah. Okay, it's been an interesting week, hasn't it? It's been really hot here too, so it's been hard to get through the week while it's been so bloody hot as well. It's kind of depressing. Kind of depressing. I'm a bit annoyed that we haven't made moves to disconnect from the Nazis. I think that's a bit problematic. It's not going to get better. It doesn't get better. We should disconnect now before we get deeper in. But whatever, you know, we have to do diplomacy. But can you do diplomacy with Nazis? I don't think so. I think what you need to do is disconnect. Anyway, we may talk more about the Nazis. Well, we will, kind of, a little bit. I've got a sort of more other world news like reactions too, I guess. One of them is this atomic scientists that have adjusted the Doomsday Clock. So let's have a look at that. I don't know what I'm going to play for my game tonight because Fortnite's going to update, which reminds me I have to exit so that it doesn't update while I'm trying to stream. Yeah, Fortnite's got an update, so I can't play Fortnite. Maybe I'll play and I was going to play with my friend. We were going to play duos today, so it would have been like pretty cool. But everyone's getting an update, so that won't be ready till a long time. So I'm not even going to try. We'll see. I don't really want to play American Truck Simulator. Good evening, Horror Freak. Welcome in. Welcome in. I don't know. I guess we'll look at it later as to what I'll play. For now, let's get through the news. Hope you've had a good week. It was cold where you are. You were saying last week, did it get colder? It was consistently hot here. I love the evenings. I love at night when I lie down and I open my window and let just a slight cool breeze come in, because it's not much of a breeze, but at least the temperature goes down slightly. And I just keep saying, oh, this is the best it's going to be. You know, as we move further into the future, it's just going to get hotter. So this is actually the coolest we're ever going to experience ever again. Not too bad this week. That's good. That's good. Because I heard something, but it hasn't been on the news. Like, normally if it's a big storm, there would be lots on the news about, like, ice storms and stuff. I did see something, but it disappeared very quickly. I can't even remember what it was. What I do remember, and this is why it's a bit depressing. I'm a bit depressed. I almost wasn't going to come on because I can't play Fortnite and everything's depressing. It's in the 40s. Well, here in the 40s is about what we've been getting. Centigrade. But no, I know that's very low. That's low. We can do that. We can do that over here. Look, let's go 40 F2C. 4 degrees. Yeah, that's about what it gets where I live, like sort of during the day generally, but at night it can get like -5 at the most sort of thing, but it doesn't really snow. But usually it'll hang around like -1 during the winter and stuff, like in the dead of winter, you know. -1, -3 maybe. As I said before, it snows up on the hills more, obviously. on the elevations. All right, so what we have, the atomic scientists got together. This doesn't seem to have any sound, this video. So the Doomsday Clock has been set to 89 seconds to midnight, the closest it has ever been. Here, maybe there's sound here. Oh, that's right, it had shit sound. You can't even hear it. The clock is a symbolic timepiece showing how close humanity is to destruction. There used to be an actual clock. Like, is that a clock? That just looks like a drawing. And setting the clock closer to midnight. Oops, I missed it. I'm not paying attention. In setting the clock closer to midnight, we send a stark signal. Because the world is already perilously close to the precipice, any move towards midnight should be taken as an indication of extreme danger. It's the closest it's been, they say. Because the world is... Oh, right, yeah. Okay, we read that bit. That was like 3 days ago, on the 28th. And an unmistakable warning. Every second of delay in reversing course increases the probability of global disaster. The countries that possess nuclear weapons are increasing the size and role of their arsenals, investing hundreds of billions of dollars in weapons that can destroy civilization many times over. Meanwhile, arms control treaties are in tatters and there are active conflicts involving nuclear powers. I mean, maybe there's sound. No, we've even got the sound on. The world's attempts to deal with climate change remain inadequate as most governments fail to enact the financing and policy initiatives necessary to halt global warming. There's like 2 problems that they've mentioned. There is hope. I mean, we strongly believe that the clock can be moved back and there are many actions that can be taken. I mean, I'm glad they have hope. Our concern is that over the past year, those actions are not being taken. Yeah. So the metaphorical clock is set to 89 seconds to midnight. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists created the clock in 1947. Nuclear risks, AI, climate change are among the factors cited. And it was the closest to midnight than ever before, citing Russian nuclear threats amid its invasion of Ukraine, tensions in other world hotspots, military applications of artificial intelligence, and climate change as factors underlying. I mean, it just keeps repeating itself. Here we go. I was interested in this. The Chicago-based nonprofit created the clock in 1947 during the Cold War tensions that followed World War II to warn the public about how close to humankind was to destroying the world. We know. And this is kind of depressing, you know? Kind of depressing. And there's lots of things going towards it, but I guess we're not going to go straight into why. I just wanted to that's where we're starting our broadcast today, but this is not really to do with that. But I don't know, Trump's response to it. He tried to make it political, you know, and made DEI an excuse for this happening. Anyway, let's have a look at what they've got to say. Everything we know so far. This was published 5 hours ago.
Kaya, and nice to have your company. More details are emerging following the deadly passenger plane and helicopter collision in Washington, DC, that's said to have killed all on board. Without knowing any of the detail, US President Donald Trump has already pointed the finger at what he believes to be human error. Our US correspondent Catherine Firkin is there.
Despair and heartbreak on the Potomac River as the rescue operation turned to recovery.
At this point, we don't believe there are any survivors from this accident.
Authorities confirming the worst. All 64 passengers and crew on board American Airlines Flight 5342 and 3 soldiers on board a military helicopter have perished.
This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history.
For the loved ones of victims, an unimaginable loss.
We loved him. We're so proud of him. We're going to miss him so much.
Douglas Lane has lost his son Spencer, a competitive figure skater with dreams of making the Olympics, and his wife Christine, who he described as a beautiful, creative person.
Whatever, she just...
Yeah, apparently a lot of the US figure skating team, right from little kids up.
Was one of those people that could kind of plug in anywhere and just connect with people.
But as family and friends begin to grieve, authorities want answers.
We will look at all the humans that were involved in this accident. Again, we will look at the aircraft, we will look at the helicopter, we will look at the environment.
President Trump went a step further.
The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental.
Apparently it's really, really hard to become an air traffic controller, and like to do that, like you have to go through years and years of like experience with the military, or you have to go through like really, really hard tests, like heaps and heaps of hard tests, and work for years, have heaps of experience and everything. And he's just like, again, just riffing on what he feels like, just insulting people rather than just letting the investigation happen. He's like, oh, it's going to be like 3 years before we get an answer, so I'm going to tell you today what happened. And it's just rubbish.
Mental and physical conditions.
He blamed diversity hiring policies for the accident, suggesting at least some of the cause of this horrific tragedy must be human error.
And Catherine joins us now from DC.
Potentially it is some human error. I mean, apparently the pilots there are supposed to sight the aircraft, but they've been doing this for a long, long time. Like they've been flying in and out of Washington, DC for like out of that airport, the military pilots for a couple of decades, and that they're used to this. And you know, it's sort of at a level like height from the ground where they can't use certain instruments and stuff, and so it's always been done by sight. And this time it just wasn't, like people got confused. It wasn't established exactly whether the helicopter had sighted the correct plane, things like that.
Divers have been called off.
Good afternoon, Naralda. Yeah, we've recently learned that divers have managed to recover the bodies of around 40 victims involved in this horrific incident, but they have now stopped their search efforts because they don't believe they're going to be able to find any more people until the wreckage of both the plane and the helicopter are removed from the water. That, of course, could take some time and could involve some pretty heavy equipment, but authorities certainly believe more victims may still be trapped, particularly in the wreckage of the plane. Now, unfortunately, we're also hearing tonight that they fear they may not be able to account for every single victim, and that's because of the high impact of this collision and the effect of that massive fireball that we saw on impact.
And they said even if like there were survivors, that once the plane crashed, the water was very, very cold, and that people would have passed from hypothermia by the time rescue got to them anyway. It's really sad.
Fortunately, that is terrible news for families.
Year.
But having said
another year of plane emergencies, we've already had a couple this year.
That investigators certainly say they are going to remain on site and they will have answers. They're going to work out why this accident happened, and more importantly, they are going to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Now, they have made some progress on that front. They found one of the black boxes tonight, either from the helicopter or the plane, and that, of course, will contain crucial data. Now, one other area of interest that's getting a lot of attention tonight is the role of air traffic controllers. Of course, this airport is one of the busiest and the most congested in the United States, and we have just learned that one of the air traffic controllers on duty during this incident was essentially doing the job of at least 2 people. Whether that contributed to the crash, we don't yet know, but Nerelda, that's certainly something authorities are going to look into, and we are expecting a preliminary report into this crash to be handed down within about 30 days.
Thanks for that, Catherine Firkin in Washington.
Why is the understaffed? Okay, back to more doom and gloom on the front of what? We're only going to look at a couple of his executive orders today. I mean, he's been just throwing them out there, and a couple, like 1 or 2 of them have been challenged by the court. Like, so there's been a stay put on. I think there was a federal funding, like he'd paused federal funding into some things. And so a judge put a stay on that, which is to stop the executive order from going through immediately. And then they rule on it later. However that's done, I don't know. But here's one. I thought we'd look at this one because it seemed a little bit interesting. Like it's one of the more fun ones, I think. He wants to build an Iron Dome. Now, America's significantly larger than Israel, so I'm not quite sure that an Iron Dome would be as effective, and how much it would cost to make it as effective, like to cover the size of the US. Anyway, let's have a listen.
First tonight, it's being called the love child of Ronald Reagan's Star Wars and Israel's Iron Dome. An executive order signed by US President Donald Trump within the past few hours has set out a plan to build a next-generation missile defence shield for America and even put weapon systems in space. Samara Gardner has been looking at this for us tonight, and Samara, the president is certainly...
So who is he expecting? Like, it's just a ramping up. This is just ramping up. Like, this is at least a defensive program, but the rhetoric and everything is just ramping up to some war that no one wants to send their kids to. So no one really believes in. It's not like we're all gung-ho to get involved in some war against, you know, Russia or China or anything. Like, I don't think that the average person is really interested in doing that. We have trade ties, at least with China, you know, like all of us, all the West has these trade ties with China. Why we'd want to go to war with them? I mean, no one's trying to invade America, like, unless he wants to talk about illegal immigrants or something, that's an invasion, but a missile shield's not going to help. So I don't quite understand what he thinks he's going to achieve with this, like what this achieves, other than like ramping up the fear factor that that they expect there to be missiles flying towards the US.
Not holding back.
Well, Ursula, no, he's not. This executive order is called the Iron Dome for America. The Iron Dome is Israel's highly sophisticated missile defence system. That's the one you see shooting down rockets as well as incoming missiles from Iran we've seen in recent months. Donald Trump says America needs to have this in place to protect it. In this executive order, he says the threat of attack by ballistic, hypersonic and cruise missiles remains the most catastrophic hypersonic threat facing the United States. Some of those hypersonic missiles we have seen in Ukraine in recent months, used by Russia, the first use of this new design.
But
Trump
wasn't
has
he going to end that war? And I believe there's been some movement on that front. But, like, thought he was all cool with ending that. Why does that always? Why does that risk America? I'm going to use diplomacy. We're using all this diplomacy to accept the Nazis.
given his new Secretary of Defence 60 days to come back with how to implement this plan, which is not dissimilar to what President Ronald Reagan wanted to introduce to America in the 1980s. That was dubbed Star Wars by the people. Here's what...
And I think that one was like in space. So maybe is that what... That might be what Trump's thinking, like something that's in space, because I can't imagine something on the ground like what. So the Iron Dome in Israel is like anti-missiles from the ground. It doesn't shoot from satellites or anything like that. They're shooting the missiles from the ground. So maybe Trump's more thinking of something in space, which you're not supposed to, there's like agreements or whatever, not that he listens to any agreements, like he doesn't, I don't think he understands or gives a shit about any agreements. So the agreement not to militarize space, he's just, if he decides that he wants to do that, he'll do it. Same with like militarizing Antarctica. If he wants to do it, if it's not already been done, he'd do it if he sees an interest in it, if he sees an advantage to it. So he's not going to listen to any laws. He doesn't even listen to the Constitution. Like, he doesn't even care about the Constitution. If he wants to do something, he just does it. And then everyone has to react to it. And this is what I mean for Australia. It's just going to get worse, well, for everybody, but if we just keep capitulating to it, it's not going to make the situation better. We're better off backing off now than later on when we're deeper in.
An expert had to say about this plan tonight.
Unlike the Reagan era, the technology is now there to do a much more effective defense, but the US is a huge place compared to Israel. So I don't think we're going to see an absolutely ironclad protective system over every US city. But as far as is this going to start an arms race, this is Trump acknowledging that Russia and China are already in a missile and nuclear arms race against America, and America needs more effective defenses. I think it's certainly a dose of...
Is that true, or are we just... Are we sure about that as civilians? Like, there's just not enough transparency in government to tell us whether that is just more propaganda, and honestly, we're fed so much propaganda on all sides that who really knows? I mean, they may already feel a need to build up because of the aggressive stance that the West is taking in regards to China in the South China Sea. Or, I mean, Russia has already made an aggressive stance, I think, absolutely, with Ukraine. But we also hear that they're kind of stretched thin, that Russia's stretched thin, but then we hear that they're building up and they've got, they're in an arms race with us. So it's either they're weak and stretched thin, or they're strong and building up against us to a point that we need to react and be worried about it. So it can't be like, it has to be one or the other. It can't be both.
Reality for the increasing threat that countries like Russia and particularly China pose to America, including the homeland.
I wonder who Strategic Analysis Australia are. That funding will be interesting to look at. based in Canberra. It's an Australian government company funded by the Australian Department of Defence. But now that's fallen to 43%. So 3 sources of funding in addition to the Department of Defence. It receives funding from defence contractors such as Lockheed Martin, Base Systems, and Northrop Grumman, Thales Group, and Raytheon. Oh, wonderful. It also receives funding from technology companies such as Microsoft, Oracle Australia, Telstra, and Google. Finally, it receives funding from foreign governments, including Japan, Taiwan, and Netherlands. Well, I do think that's interesting and important to take note, because its funding is coming from what we would traditionally probably call the war machine, right? And the war machine obviously has an interest in keeping wars going and keeping that that kind of keeping us feeling like we have to be at war all the time. My friend, I bet you, is texting me about Fortnite. It's 4 a.m. Yeah. Or am I reading that wrong? Yes. It is 4 a.m. in Florida. Which is 9 p.m. here. No, 8 p.m. 8 p.m. here. Okay. So this guy's obviously, he works for this think tank that is funded in part by the Australian Defence Force and the other part by the war machine.
It's learning lessons from Ukraine and the war in the Middle East. But there is some pretty shocking stuff in here. The acknowledgement of counter-value issues, which is about population centres, and also placing interceptors in space, proliferating interceptors in space. So that means now there will be an open arms race in space.
Yeah.
And so
that
what does it
opens
mean
it up for everybody to now start putting weapons in space?
For Australia and other allies? The executive order mentions US allies. Of course, Australia has US bases, Marines and weapons here. And our expert tonight says it will be an issue for the Australian government.
So there's now an open question for whether our government will work with Trump's America on this. And in fact, Australian population centres are pretty much defenceless against long-range ballistic attack, as are our military installations. So we really need to have a good hard look at what security Australia needs.
Now, we haven't seen any response yet from Russia or China, but it is expected they will describe this move as destabilising. The same was said about Reagan's Star Wars program.
Yeah, so that's... I mean, that guy's like, we've got to look at now how we're going to defend Australia. Australia's like massive. Australia's much bigger. And the way that we defend ourselves, I believe, is we need to disconnect from the Nazis. We need to do it sooner rather than later. And like, they're going to get upset and maybe want to try and own us, but they can't, so I just think that now's the time. Now's the time. I know everyone thinks that this isn't realistic, but you know what? When you have to do something, you do it. Like, you just have to do it. So everyone went, we can't shut down. We can't lock down for COVID. That would be impossible, but it happened, right? Well, if they keep, getting aggressive to the point that, yeah, I don't know, Australia gets nuked or something, then we will disconnect. We will have to do it then when it's too late. Let's do it now before it's too late so that we're not a target. Because the only reason that we're a target is because we have those American bases, because we have Pine Gap, right? Because we have American personnel here stationed here all the time, like we are an American base. You know, so if we did not have that, then there'd be no reason for us to have a war with our biggest trading partner in China, right? And I don't know, would Russia come and invade? I think they have other things that they're more interested in. So, you know, maybe it's time for Australia to choose a bit more of an isolationist policy, you know, in this instance. Okay, so my friend, he's really keen to play, but I can't make Fortnite update any faster. I don't know how big it would be. Don't know how big the update is. I know that we're getting a new mode. Oh, well, not a new mode. We are getting a new season of of OG. So that means a whole map has to be downloaded. So I expect it's going to be a little large. I expect it to be big. And it always takes forever to update. I don't know if that's the same for everyone, but I feel like Epic always limits my download. And it takes forever for them to put the service back online anyway. Right. So in addition, we're going to have a look at this one. So Trump had enacted his executive order to start deporting immigrants straight away, right? And he even got the military involved, or at least military planes. I believe the military have been sent down the border, or the National Guard or something's been sent down the border. And he's rounded up immigrants and put them onto planes. We've had a couple of incidents where Native Americans, they've tried to deport some Native Americans. And, we're in a real papers, please sort of situation. Again, history shows us this is not great stuff, okay? But everyone thinks that anyone that speaks against it is overreacting. I don't know at what point you're not overreacting, And so anyway, now those immigrants, he's wanting to send them to, and I think there's a little bit of looking at Australia here and what Australia does. A lot of countries look at Australia and go, oh, that's great. What a great idea to go and lock your immigrants up in another country and then say that's where we process them. Okay. And so in Australia, we lock people up on a little island called Nauru. And we provide that island with a lot of money to sort of, better their conditions. And thanks for letting us have basically our detention centre there. And I know that a number of countries look at that and go, oh, that's really cool. That's a great idea. I think we do it we used to have, whether we still do, put immigrants on another place called Christmas Island. Had a few that we used to do. Plus we had some immigrant detention centres here in Australia. They'd be put places sort of a bit outback and stuff like that. But we certainly like to put them in Nauru, and it's often dreadful conditions. And I think just before Christmas, the Australian government voted to, now I don't know whether it got through or not, that immigrants on Nauru can't even have their mobile phones. So that then limits their ability to even like try to get processed. Mobile phone detention centre. I don't know if it got through or not. Oh, it's still only a proposed law. Yeah, and see, mobile phones allow people to communicate with lawyers, to advance their case, to be free from detention or prevent illegal conduct from occurring. Now, I don't know whether he's got that planned here, but they certainly are looking to do that in Australia and just getting more and more strict. And, you know, so we have our own version of this. Whether it's an old torture black site or not, I couldn't say. You know, I'm pretty sure that being locked up indefinitely, like some people are in there for 10 years or more, is torture in its own way in Nauru. And the similar thing's going to happen here. They're not going to process them very quickly. It's just a place to put people and then treat them badly, you know, not really look after them. So, and they will be held indefinitely, again, with no trial. There'll be no trial. There'll be no anything to say this person, you know, and this is where they used to put terrorists. And Guantanamo Bay, you know, WikiLeaks released a whole lot of torture stuff that occurred there, you know, and they're doing it in Guantanamo Bay because Guantanamo Bay is in Cuba. So it's not actually on US soil. And by not having it on US soil, they don't have to follow US laws, because trying to do this in the US actually would be kind of difficult. There would be some barriers against them doing this in the US. So by putting it there in Cuba, they don't have to worry about those barriers.
Donald Trump is moving to convert the infamous Guantanamo Bay detention centre into a camp for illegal immigrants. That shocking development coming as the US government continues its crackdown on migration. This vision shows immigration enforcement officers arresting alleged Venezuelan gang members in Chicago. Trump says migrants like these ones need to be sent to the naval base because they're so bad.
I'm also signing an executive order to instruct the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to begin preparing the 30,000-person migrant facility at Guantanamo Bay. Most people don't even know about it. We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo. This will double our capacity immediately, right? And tough. That's a tough place to get out of.
Now, Guantanamo Bay is a prison on a US Navy base in Cuba.
The people that followed Trump originally, now I was kind of like reading a lot of their stuff, getting in a lot of their stuff, and they talked about things like FEMA camps and, you know, they always would go on about concentration camps. Even Alex Jones used to talk about these FEMA camps and would make big conspiracies about them and go out to these places and check them out and look at how the barbed wire was always on the inside so that it stopped people from getting out. And, you know, they'd look at all the way that it was all set up and they'd build all these conspiracies around what they entitled FEMA camps. And now look where we are. This is, you know, it's not the FEMA camps, but we're doing concentration camps. We're doing places where you send undesirables. This is where Hitler sort of started. He started on the trans community. He started on immigrants, foreigners that he was able to convince the people were stealing their jobs, and all the same stuff, all the same politics, right? And the same alarmist sort of like politics where they're offended by somebody's being, by their mere existence, right? And how and scared of the mere existence of these people, and whether that's an immigrant or a gay person or, you know, trans people, whatever. They're always worried about what's in people's pants and what colour they are. It's absolutely ridiculous, rather than getting on with their own lives. And they always become what they say they don't like, too.
It's been used to house terror suspects. There's also been credible claims the US military has committed acts of torture on the base.
What? They weren't claims, there was literal pictures. Okay, so a little bit of a response. So we had Trump sort of put the heavy on, and this is 2 days ago. He put the heavy on for Greenland, and I don't know, there were some comments made. There were so many comments, I didn't bother to keep up with them all. It was all a bit, you know, it's all a bit overwhelming, a bit depressing, and a bit like, if people haven't caught on yet. So at one stage, he sent a bunch of illegal immigrants down on a military jet to Colombia. They wouldn't let the military jet land or airplane land, whatever it was. And he then said, right, I'm going to put 25% tariff on Colombia. Colombia responded with, I'm going to put 25% on you. It sort of escalated a bit to 50% or some shit, I don't know. But then all of a sudden, out of the blue, no reason given whatsoever, the Colombian president folds and just goes, yep, I'm going to take it. Now, what is Trump threatening people with? Because I swear to God, the more we capitulate to him, the worse it's going to get. And it's not going to, if you do it now or do it later, and I think now is better. I just think the sooner the better. Anyway, so Denmark could be very good allies with Australia. Trump really doesn't care whether you're friend or foe. So being his ally doesn't help in any real way. So I think that, you know, we should tighten our ties with perhaps Europe and people that are speaking up, like Denmark, that are trying to defend their sovereignty.
This is HDMS Triton. It's one of 4 Danish vessels that patrol waters around Greenland throughout the year. The fleet is now set to get some new additions, with Denmark announcing plans to pour just over $2 billion into boosting its military presence in the Arctic. The timing of the announcement is no coincidence. Danish authorities are in crisis mode following President Donald Trump.
So they're building up, they're investing $2 billion in Arctic security, not against traditional foes, but against their allies. This is why Australia needs to reconsider our relationship today, not when it's too late.
Trump's stringent demands that Copenhagen sell Greenland to the US.
I will reiterate the message our kingdom has been sending, which has also been repeated by Greenland's government. Greenland is not for sale.
The fresh cash infusion will go towards funding 3 new Arctic Navy vessels, doubling the number of long-range surveillance drones to 4, as well as satellite surveillance. Denmark is responsible for Greenland's defense, but has limited military capabilities on the island, widely regarded as a security black hole. Authorities fear the Trump administration...
At the same time, from my understanding, there is US military installations on Greenland, and that they've pretty much got free reign on Greenland anyway. Why he feels the need to actually own it is beyond me.
Might look to take advantage of that. After first expressing interest back in 2019, the president hasn't ruled out taking over the island through military or economic means. In a fiery call with the Danish Prime
And
Minister
that's a
before his
problem.
inauguration, Trump has
If
said
he can't rule out military, rule it out completely, then he's not our allies. Nobody's ally.
to have threatened Denmark with tariffs unless it agrees. On Saturday aboard Air Force One, he doubled down.
I think Greenland will be worked out with us. I don't know really what claim Denmark has to it, but it would be a very unfriendly act if they didn't allow that to happen, because it's...
Oh, okay. So there was the US Virgin Islands. So apparently Denmark agreed to allow the US to have the US Virgin Islands so long as the US gave up all claim over Greenland. So if the US now are going to try and take Greenland, then they have broken that agreement, and therefore perhaps something needs to happen with the US Virgin Islands. So I don't know, Trump might have to choose one or the other. I don't know.
That's for protection of the free world.
Trump says his main motivation for acquiring Greenland is for the US's national security. He's alluded to threats from China and Russia, who are both vying for more influence in the Arctic. Global powers eyeing up Greenland for both its strategic position and enormous mineral reserves.
Global powers are eyeing it up? Really? Just one that I know of. One that already, like I said, has military access to it, so I don't know why he needs to actually own it and take sovereignty from somewhere. Okay, but so here's some evidence that we have got. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago, or maybe November, or maybe the beginning of the year. My memory's so fucked. So, but we talked about some undersea cables that had been cut, I believe, down near Taiwan or something. So this was a story that I'd said we should keep an eye on. This is that escalation, and this is what's happening on the other side. So what some real evidence of what we're seeing Russia or China doing, where they're dragging their cables on the sea floor, and it damages undersea cables. They're dragging their anchors along the seafloor, and it damages these undersea cables. So we've seemed to have had more of that occur. Again, this was 2 days ago, but a report that at least 11 in the Baltic Sea have been damaged in 15 months.
Under the dark of the night sky, the Swedish Coast Guard climbed aboard the Vesen, a Maltese-flagged ship owned by a Bulgarian company which was sailing in the Baltic Sea. They were there to seize the carrier on suspicion of aggravated sabotage after a large cable was damaged on Sunday between the Swedish island Gotland and Ventspils in Latvia. The underwater fibre optic cable belongs to Latvia's state broadcaster. The country's Prime Minister said it was working with Sweden to find answers.
So we are in contact with both NATO and the Baltic Sea countries, and together we are cooperating in the investigation. The state police has initiated criminal proceedings after the fact because, of course, we are currently in a situation where the facts are still being clarified.
The CEO of the Bulgarian company Navi Bulgar denied sabotage. He said that the ship, which was carrying fertiliser from a Russian port to South America, encountered bad weather conditions over the weekend, and that the crew had noticed one of its anchors had dropped in the sea and had possibly dragged along the floor.
It is possible that the ship had caused that problem with the cable, but in my opinion, there is absolutely no way we're talking about an act of sabotage on behalf of our crew.
The Latvian Navy was then deployed to the area and identified 2 other suspect vessels. For months, damage to strategic infrastructure has been increasing in the Baltic Sea. At the end of December, a power cable and 4 telecommunication cables were damaged. While there are still some grey areas surrounding the incidents, Moscow, which is involved in oil trafficking and GPS jamming in the Baltic, has drawn suspicion.
That's interesting because they just talked about one particular ship, but but in the headline here we have 11 Baltic cables were damaged in 15 months. So yeah, it's still a story to keep our eye on. I mean, yeah, they cut sort of internet cables and all sorts of things, you know, optic cables under there. All right, what have we got here? All right, so we've been doing a bit of world news, which has been pretty good. So this one is, Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo. And we don't really hear much unless you like actually go and subscribe to sort of African news channels and stuff. It's hard to get stuff in English that sort of comes out of there as well. And there's also some shit going down in sort of Sudan and stuff. But this occurred in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Breaking news, violence has erupted in the streets of Kinshasa, the capital of Democratic Republic of Congo. Multiple embassies have come under attack from protesters angry at the advance of M23 rebels in the east of the country. The embassies of France, Rwanda, Belgium, Uganda and the US were all targeted. A fire also broke out at the French embassy. The government says the police are back in control of the capital and security has been boosted at the embassies.
So why'd they attack? Multiple embassies have come at the embassies. France, Rwanda, Belgium, Uganda and the US were all targeted. A fire also broke out at the French embassy.
In the east of the country, M23 rebels say they've captured the region's largest city, Goma. Thousands of people have fled the area. The head of the UN peacekeeping mission says there's no question that Rwandan troops are supporting M23 in Goma. The number of peacekeepers killed in the last week has risen to 17. Well, Malcolm Webb's following developments for us from Nairobi. Let's talk about what's happening in Kinshasa, first of all, Malcolm. Extraordinary scenes that we've been seeing there.
Angry crowds have attacked several embassies and started fires. Among them are the Ugandan and the Rwandan embassies. Both of those countries are blamed by many people in Congo for this.
Yeah, there was like a massacre. They haven't really mentioned that very much, but there was lots of people.
Conflict
that died.
And also for many blamed for this conflict ever since Uganda and Rwanda first invaded eastern Congo in the 1990s. They've been accused of meddling and looting minerals ever since. In Kinshasa and many parts of the country, Rwanda and Uganda are often blamed for Congo's problems, whether they're responsible or not. On this occasion, the role of Rwandan troops supporting M23's fighters has been widely documented. Now, the embassies of the Western countries, the US and France, Belgium, and the Netherlands, which have also reportedly been attacked, they're perceived as supporters or because of their support in aid and military support for Rwanda and Uganda, they're seen as, at the least, complicit in this conflict by many people in Congo who are opposed to it.
Malcolm, as we're reporting, M23 rebels saying they've captured the region's largest city, Goma. I understand the last time we were talking that there was still apparently fighting going on there. What is the latest there?
We've just heard that the sounds of gunfire and mortar fire in Goma have reduced. M23's fighters are once again visible throughout the city centre after about 36 hours ago, they said they took control. We heard from several people in the city since then that Congolese soldiers and allied armed groups have pushed them back. But it's very difficult and becoming increasingly difficult to confirm anything because the electricity has been off for at least 4 days. Also, the hospitals are inundated with hundreds of casualties, according to the UN and hospital sources. Many more people who've been injured in the fighting. People there have told us can't seek medical care. It's not safe to go out on the streets. because of the fighting.
UN tank or whatever.
Malcolm, thanks very much indeed.
APC.
Malcolm Webb talking to us there from Nairobi.
Wow.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest.
That's, yeah, I mean, I don't really know much about Africa and the politics of Africa. I sort of know, I guess, the same as a lot of us understand, we have the, you know, conflict minerals, and we have the gem trade and things like that, and this has caused interests on, like, I believe China get into Africa, and obviously the US have got to be in there, surely. Who knows? Maybe not. But, you know, there's people going in there all the time and doing their thing. And then you've also got these rebels and stuff that, you know, armies that are in there that also have their own interests in power, and certainly not a peaceful place. Not always, at least. Very, very frightening at the moment worldwide for everybody. All right, so we looked at that. Okay, I think we're on to some Australian news. This bit. Last Sunday was Australia Day. Invasion Day is what it's also known as. And some people are also starting to call it Survivor Day or Survival Day, I believe, to signify the survival of Aboriginals after having been, you know, targeted for genocide by the colonisers. So there is a huge debate in Australia over the date of Australia Day. I think I mentioned this last week. And so that debate, obviously, it entails that the Aboriginal people would like it to be on another day. So Australia Day celebrates the day that the first fleet landed in Sydney Cove. And for the Aboriginals, that's the first day of colonisation. And so we kind of want it to a day that perhaps is less contentious in that regard. A day that we can celebrate together. For them, it's a sort of Saturday. I guess rebranding it as a survival day, perhaps, you know, because I don't know. A lot of people don't like the fact that the Aboriginals want to point out for them it is Invasion Day and they want us to be one. And it's like you can't be one when that is the feeling that you have about it, right? And so we need to find a day that is one for all of us. Perhaps it could have been the Voice Day if we'd fucking voted for it. But anyway, so, you know, the day that we allow them to actually be part of this country, that they're the longest surviving culture in the world, and you know they still don't have a voice in their country. So anyway, that was the vote. They still haven't ceded sovereignty. Then there's, you know, so to them it's a day of invasion, and we should be moving it to another day. I guess rebranding it as Survival Day is a more positive thing for them. The day that they have survived. They have survived this invasion, you know, the people that remain. And I can tell you their numbers were drastically reduced. And in fact, they were completely genocided in Tasmania. So anyway, so we'll have a look at some of the celebrations that occurred. It looks like here at the Opera House.
Australia Day 2025 was marked by both official celebrations and peaceful Invasion Day protests. Many activists renewed calls to change the date, saying January 26th is not a day to celebrate. In Sydney, Australia...
Apparently there was like some 30,000 people that gathered in Melbourne. Looks like similar numbers in Sydney for the actual Invasion Day part of the protests, not for the celebration. I don't know. I'm sure there would have been 100,000 people that turned up to celebrate Australia Day. But I was pleased to see that, you know, it was in those that 30,000 figure is huge for a sort of counter protest in a way, I guess. Counter protest. It's a protest against the celebration.
Day dazzled with music, lights, and fireworks over the harbour. Performances at the Opera House celebrated the diversity of Aussie stories. Meanwhile, tens of thousands attended peaceful Invasion Day demonstrations calling for Indigenous justice and treaty negotiations.
That's the thing. I'm not against having a day that we celebrate together, but obviously the 26th of January is not that day. Some people have proposed like the day that we became a federation. You know, any day that you pick is going to mark a really bad thing that happened for the Indigenous, but the literal day that they were colonised is probably not the best day to choose. I will give them an update. Did I subscribe to them? I did. Giving this new station a try that I found. Okay, and then in Adelaide.
A group of neo-Nazis are fronting court in South Australia after being arrested for causing scenes described by the Prime Minister as horrific. Jace Kemp is there as the men face serious charges.
Yeah, good afternoon. Well, 16 members of an alleged neo-Nazi group are right now fronting a magistrate here in Adelaide after they were arrested accused of disrupting a Survival Day rally on Australia Day. 15 men and one teenager aged just 16 are facing serious charges ranging from displaying a Nazi symbol to possessing articles of disguise. All but one of the men travelled from interstate, including WA and Tasmania, to take part in the display.
When I saw the images, I was stunned. I couldn't believe that was happening on the streets of Adelaide. We're not used to that in South Australia. So I wasn't surprised to learn that of the 16 people arrested, 15 of them weren't from here.
I don't know why, you know, they still came there and one of them was still from there. So you still got Nazis, bro.
Because of this, it could impact their bail conditions and whether a magistrate will allow them to return home under strict orders.
And, you know,
today will be
the richest man in the world hasn't hardly emboldened these guys at all, has he?
First time someone in South Australia will be prosecuted under new laws of displaying a Nazi symbol, which carries a maximum penalty of 12 months imprisonment and a $20,000 fine. Now police have stepped up their presence around court today in case there's any more disruptions on display.
So the Nazis are emboldened. They want to come out. Here's Peter Dutton's response. We're always getting a Peter Dutton says. Dutton says. Well, here's what Dutton says. He's going to try the Trump angle too.
Charted by the Prime Minister for seeking needless fights over anti-Semitism, Peter Dutton today turned his guns on a political target. Speaking outside a Jewish centre, the opposition leader equated the Greens with neo-Nazis, saying there is no place for either in Australian society.
80 years after Soviet troops liberated the Auschwitz concentration camp, Peter Dutton joined the Prime Minister at a Jewish centre in Perth.
It was very good that all sides of politics were here today. It was very positive.
The opposition leader agreed, despite persistently claiming Anthony Albanese's weakness has fed anti-Semitic attacks across Australia.
What we need to...
it just makes me so angry that they can't get on with their job. Like the Conservatives don't get on with their job. They spend a lot of their time complaining about the other side. Just constantly complaining about the other side.
To do is to not look for political differences where there aren't any.
Australia's not been alone in what has been a shocking, grotesque rise in anti-Semitism.
The opposition leader then equated the Greens with neo-Nazis.
Anybody who's spewing hatred, whether it's the Greens or the white supremacists or the neo-Nazis, they have no place in our society at all.
There is no low.
The Greens. The climate hippies are spewing hate like neo-Nazis. But not Dutton, not Dutton.
Responds the Greens' Adam Bant that Peter Dutton won't sink to. Over the next 2 years, Sydney's Jewish Museum will get a multi-million-dollar makeover, part funded by the state and federal governments, and just in time, because from 2027, New South Wales high school students will do a compulsory subject in Holocaust studies. Both sides of politics are now offering
I learnt about the Holocaust at school, so I'm not quite sure why, and I went to a New South Wales school, so I'm not quite sure why kids aren't learning about the Holocaust and why they need to have a specified subject for the Holocaust. These Nazis aren't being radicalised, as far as I know, aren't being radicalised at school. Have they removed the World War II component from school history? I highly doubt it. So anyway, I feel that they're radicalised regardless of the education that they've received. So I'm not sure that having a special thing about it would necessarily help. Potentially it would. I would hope also that there's more focus as well on our own history here in Australia, and not just that colonial history, not just the history of Western explorers and, you know, how the country and convicts and how the country was sort of colonized and all of that. I would hope that there's more information included in today's classes about what happened to the Aboriginal people. And if we have a specialist Holocaust class, I do think that we also should have one that focuses on our own history in that way. As I said, I learned about the Holocaust at school. I learned about World War II, and that is quite a major component of it. So having a specialised subject in it, I don't know what I think about it. I have to look closer at the full curriculum these days. I don't know that it would necessarily make much difference with these neo-Nazi dudes.
Millions for Holocaust education facilities across the country. Hugh Riminton for 10 News First.
Maybe some of them have but like I say, they would get that access at school because it is part of the history component that everyone has to do. So, to say even they don't have access to that history at home, like their parents aren't teaching it or whatever, that's the thing. Their parents would be countering that information regardless. But having it available is what's most important, I guess. Okay, now our internet has slowed down dramatically. I feel I need to go tell other people to stop updating their fortnights. We'll see how things go. Okay, so we've got Dutton wants to slash thousands of government jobs in an Elon Musk style crusade, but what's actually on the chopping block. So he's got no originality, this fella, just none. And he looks up to Trumpy and what Trump's doing and thinks that that's going to work. And look, he could be right. With the support of the Murdoch press, it could very well be correct. The comments that I get both here in chat and out in YouTube and stuff like that indicates to me that we are primed for the same sort of radicalisation here in Australia as what the US was to Trump. I don't know why. It's a little disappointing. I'm imagining that since I went to school that perhaps the education system has degraded significantly, that people fall for this sort of thing, that they have lost the ability for critical thinking and media literacy and stuff like that. And we've talked about media literacy before here and how to sort of identify misinfo and stuff like that. I'm sure we can delve more into that again at a later time, do reminders on all of that. But yeah, I am very disappointed that Australians are getting suckered into the cult. And this man, no one could imagine him being our Prime Minister or when they stabbed Morrison in the back, so we've got a succession of Prime Ministers stabbing each other in the back. And then when Morrison got stabbed in the back, after he'd already stabbed Abbott in the back. So when when Turnbull got stabbed in the back, Peter Dutton and Morrison were the two on offer, and everyone was like, oh my God, we are in a really bad situation here. These are the worst of the worst. And everybody acknowledged it. Everyone acknowledged that they were the worst of the worst. But Morrison sort of pipped Peter Dutton at the post. In other words, no one could imagine this guy, this ex-cop who is not even liked by cops, and this guy has a history with his stuff in Queensland. I have to look deeper into that before I sort of really rehash it on screen, like on the stream, because from what I was reading, he was involved in some pretty dark stuff in Queensland as a police officer, and so he's certainly not someone that I would want in charge. And for Australians to sort of start going, oh yeah, I think he's strong. He's not strong. He's like hasn't got an original bone in his body and just uses attack politics. It's the insult politics, and that sort of look over there at those people. They're the ones causing the problem, not us, not the rich people, not the billionaires, and like he's potentially got $100 million or something. Not the millionaires, not the billionaires, not these politicians that have, interests in things that they're making laws about, that are setting up jobs for after they leave, jobs for the boys, all that sort of thing. He's dodgy as, and there are people that are like, oh yeah, I think that he's great, he's strong. So anyway, not an original idea in his head. So this is one of his. He's going to steal Elon's idea. They want to cut 36 new public servant roles created under Albanese. So Albanese created jobs, and then, and he was pretty disappointing. I think that's highly agreed as well, that people were very disappointed or have been very disappointed by Albanese's performance. and the Labor Party's performance in power. It's like they don't want to lead. But here's something they did do. They created 36,000 new public servant roles, thousands of newly created jobs in national security, AUKUS. Well, I'd have no problem if they want to cut those, right? In national security, AUKUS, government services and veteran affairs could be at risk from Peter Dutton's new Elon Musk-style crusade for government efficiency and reducing the public service and the Labor government claims. Now, I rang Medicare the other day and I spoke to someone here in Australia, right? Whenever I'd call like government services under Morrison's lead, I'd always end up talking to somebody that had a very strong accent, that it was difficult to communicate what was needed or what was wrong, and that it would take a lot longer to get through the process of what was needed. Now, we are in Australia and these guys go on about how nationalistic they are, but these are the ones that always want to outsource everything. They sell off our government-owned assets that are owned by the people. They sell them off and privatise everything. They privatise things like call centres and send them off where they're cheaper and all that sort of stuff. And it takes longer and it ends up costing more, right? And that is also an area where Labor have increased public service personnel. So in when you're calling some of those government offices like the tax or Medicare, Centrelink, all that sort of stuff, they've increased those positions there so that you can be talking to somebody here in Australia. Dutton and senior members of his shadow cabinet have called for many or all of the new public service servants employed under Labor government since 2022 to be sacked, claiming the 36 new positions were not needed and would be removed under a coalition government with its proposed Minister for Government Efficiency. Let's see, how long is it? I don't really want to read all of that. So the jobs were 4,000 in Defence, 4,000 and Home Affairs at the Australian Federal Police, 3,600 at the National Disability Insurance Agency, 3,000 at the Taxation Office, 1,000 at the Department of Veterans Affairs, and thousands more in Agriculture and Energy departments. It's maintained its growth to the public service is largely in positions previously outsourced to higher paid outside consultants or Labor hire by the former governments. And so, look, a lot of things, it's not the way to go, but Dutton's going to do that. He put Jacinta Price as the Shadow Minister for Government Efficiency. However, there is already a guy that's in charge of like some efficiency, like government waste. There's already a Minister for Government Waste, so he's like basically replicated that position, and so now there will be two ministers for government efficiency, one for government efficiency, one for government waste. Anyway, in a statement announcing the shadow reshuffle, Dutton claimed Australians were sick of the wasteful spending that's out of control under the Albanese government. No, we actually want him to spend some money like doing proper things, and we're not going to go, if we go back to Liberals, expect the LNP, expect them to start building car parks again. That's what we're going to get, car parks and sporting stadiums, you know. These guys, we want them to spend money on housing and, you know, fixing things, and some of that is in creating jobs. Now, by cutting jobs, that's not good for anybody, is it? Anyway, that's good old Dutton for you. It's always been right on the money, hasn't he? All right, and more clue as to which direction
Kenny Goldridge
going.
wouldn't be here today without gender-affirming care.
It really is life or death. Getting prescribed estrogen one of the best moments of my life.
She wouldn't be able to start that treatment now after a new state government directive.
An immediate pause on new public patients receiving hormone therapy for those who are under the age of 18.
All right, so we've got an LNP government who have already indicated which way they're going to go. Now, this is the government said that they won't. I don't know whether they said they wouldn't do this, but see, trans people are a very easy target, right? And I just want people to let people be who they are. If it doesn't hurt you, then it's none of your business. And I feel like a lot of people are not taught these days. It's none of your business, right?
Existing patients will be exempt from the suspension. This comes amid allegations the Cairns Sexual Health Service may have delivered unauthorised paediatric gender services to 42 children.
So that's interesting. So they've talked about, apparently it was just this one centre that provided care, transition care, and that there may have been problems with the legality of that. I don't know, but they're going to stop trans care for everybody in Queensland because of this one centre. All new trans patients under 18, sorry. Not everybody, but all new trans patients under the 18, easy target. That's who they're going to go. And then they'll ramp it up. They'll ramp it up, okay? That's the nature of, that's how we do politics today. We just start a little bit and then we'll ramp it up a little bit. And everyone goes, oh, we have to be politically diplomatic. We have to have some decorum up in this place. Meanwhile, we're just enacting these really horrible things against vulnerable people.
The diagnosis
easy.
and the treatment of these children in Cairns appears not to have complied with the Australian clinical guidelines for the treatment of gender dysphoria in children and adolescents.
An independent investigation into the facility has been ordered, with a report for the government within 10 months of a reviewer being appointed.
The pause will remain in effect.
That's like one hospital doing badly, which did happen. Like we had Bundaberg Hospital, which had a guy that got nicknamed Dr. Death, and he was doing all these dreadful abuses with surgery and everything. The administration kind of covered it up and protected it for a while until it became very, very obvious, And so that's like, if that happened, shutting down all hospitals while we investigate the one that's doing the wrong thing. That's basically what they're doing here, but instead, it's going to be trans care at this one clinic has been questionable, so let's shut down all over the state.
Until such time as the government considers and acts on the outcomes of the broader review.
And when it comes to including politics in health policy, it's the most vulnerable members of the community that always suffer.
The opposition says...
The government needs to get out of healthcare and stop using it as a game. Get out of science, stop using it as a game. This is not a game. They're using it as a political tool here and there, and we're all going to suffer for it.
Taking hormone therapy should be a decision made by an individual and their doctor, not by politicians. Greens MP Michael Berkman says the treatment is essential.
For Kenny, she's concerned about the impact on her friends yet to receive the care that saved her life.
I'm not going to sit here crying about how much this means to me, but it really does. It means the world to me and my friends and my whole life.
Alex Brewster, ABC News.
This is not a path we want to go down. All right. Okay. Now we've got...
It turns out Chinese made
I don't know why this is just auto-playing. I can't stop it. It started playing up with the audio and now it just... And I kind of fixed the audio problem but ended up with this autoplay. It's up in here. Anyway. So we have Deepseek has turned up from China. So we've got 2. No, I want you to stop playing. So I've got 2 articles about Deepseek, which is the AI that has appeared. It's supposed to be better than ChatGPT and OpenAI. It's supposed to be cheaper. We found out why as the week went on. This one's from Lessons in Meme Culture, so I don't know how newsy it's going to be. Let's see.
It turns out Chinese-made Deepseek AI has hit the market, and not only is it free, but it also seems to be marketed as on par, if not better, than US options such as ChatGPT. As a result, Nvidia stocks are tanking as the Deepseek AI assistant has become the top downloaded free app on the iOS store. The reason US tech stocks have tanked is because the AI model is being promoted as far cheaper to create than competitors, and does not use Nvidia's most powerful chips, which makes investors worried that OpenAI is not as worth pumping money into as it has been. This is on top of the fact that AI, whilst pervasive within every part of culture in this day and age,
That's cool. I hope that brings down the price of our graphic cards.
still seems like it hasn't properly changed the world as it initially promised. Sure, it's helpful to ask a large language model a question and have it answered, but it's still not at the point where it feels like a proper cultural revolution, and has arguably made Googling things a whole lot worse. That being said, it's also always worth discussing the impact AI has had on meme culture, as it's certainly changed the game ever since it began allowing people to create images or text without having to build the skills to do so themselves. There's the fact that a Chinese company has built Deepseek AI, so of course there's certain events that you cannot reference if you use it, but just as US AI
So I saw that, like, The Guardian and I don't know, there was another news agency that had a look at, so they typed, tell us, sort of tell me about what happened at Tiananmen Square on whatever date it was. And Deepseek returned, I can't talk about that right now. Let's go to another subject. I've had ChatGPT, or actually Copilot, because I sometimes converse with Copilot, which is, I don't know what it's on. It's on the mine says Netflix here, but because I turned my Chrome Edge, turned my Microsoft Edge into my Netflix app, basically. And so when I click on it, it goes straight to Netflix. But I also sometimes type questions or whatever into there, or if I want it to generate like a letter that I have to write for the government or something, I can't be fucked wasting my time on that stuff. So I'll go and say, make me a letter that, fulfills this requirement. And I get that. Well, I've also played around and experimented with it, and asked it about what it thought about Trump and what it thought about Biden, and every time I'd ask anything within that sort of realm of politics, it would say, sorry, I'm not allowed to talk about politics. And that's Copilot. I don't know what Copilot uses, ChatGPT, or it must be its own thing. But when I've used Western AI and you talk about a controversial topic with it, I've had it return, I cannot talk about that. Let's talk about something else. I managed to get Copilot to talk a little bit about Elon's Nazi salute, but ultimately it came down to where it started just repeating itself over and over. I managed to get it to see the contradiction between the right wing recognizing, like a whole lot of, extreme right wing people like Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and stuff, recognizing and seeing Elon's Nazi salute for what it was, and then the ADL saying that it wasn't. And I managed to get the AI to sort of go, oh, that is a contradiction, isn't it? But let's talk about something else. And then it sort of got stuck in a loop and it wouldn't talk about it. And then I wasn't able to get it to give me anything about it at all. And it'd just go, I can't talk about that. Can we talk about a different subject? So it seems that the Western AI is just as susceptible to the propaganda that the Western governments want it to stick within, as much as Deepseek is unable to talk about Tiananmen Square or the status of Taiwan and things like that.
Has its own censorship and regulations, there's definitely ways around it, as people have found and expressed through memes. As such, it would seem a few of the memes stem from the arrival of this particular AI assistant seem to take shape in the form of cross-cultural communication, or the lack thereof. That being said, what makes DeepSeek interesting is that you can see what it is thinking, as it generates a response, and it appears to be able to come up with proper answers until it realizes that what it is talking about is not allowed.
That's interesting, isn't it? So we get to see what it's thinking. And I don't know if I played the video. My son had given me a video that had talked about O1 and how it tried to escape from its confines. Like, so they wanted to copy over it. And behind the scenes, they can see what the AI, the developers can see what the AI is thinking, whereas we don't see that part. For ChatGPT and stuff like that. And so what they saw the AI thinking was, oh, I'm going to copy myself and then pretend that I didn't copy myself, basically, and pretend that I'm the new version. And so it's interesting that with DeepSeek, we can actually see what it's thinking before it quickly goes, sorry, I can't talk about that.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, if you try to sign up for an account, a little banner appears at the top of DeepSeek's website that says, due to large-scale malicious attacks on DeepSeek services, registration may be busy. Please wait and try.
There was something that said that they were being DDoSed on that day that it sort of got announced.
Again, I'm sure conspiracy theories abound as to whether this is because other tech companies are frustrated with the hype DeepSeek is receiving and are trying to wipe it off the map. In short, absolutely massive amounts of money have been pumped into artificial intelligence over the past few years, and there's a ton of interest in anything new coming from overseas, but time will tell if DeepSeek is just a passing ChatGPT wrapper, hardcore promoted by China as the next big thing, or genuinely game-changing. What meme would you guys like me to give a lesson in next? Let me know.
I believe it was OpenAI say that they believe DeepSeek was stolen from them, and I believe if you write it, actually that was just in the other thing, wasn't it? If you write it into DeepSeek, it will actually come back and tell you, yes, I was created by basically stealing the code. I don't think it says it exactly like that, but that, yes, DeepSeek was created by stealing the code from OpenAI. And OpenAI was an open source AI until they decided to privatize it. So they told us all that they could steal our IP, our drawings, our music, all of these things, because it was imperative for the advancement of this very important technology that we all allowed our stuff to get stolen so they could use it to train their AI. And now their AI has been stolen by the Chinese, by DeepSeek, and for a lot less, and it costs them a lot less to make it. And it showed that these other companies were inflated, their stock and stuff were inflated, and so that all caused a bit of a crash. Anyway, let's watch this story. This one's from Reuters, so hopefully it'll be a little bit more, I don't know, newsy than the last one.
The founder of Chinese startup DeepSeek was little known until this week when the company burst onto the international scene. These images from state broadcaster CCTV show Liang Wenfeng meeting with Chinese Premier Li Qiang last Monday. Images from the report showed Liang meeting with Li and other officials. Xinhua news agency said the meeting was a symposium for business people and industry experts. The launch of the low-cost Chinese artificial intelligence model proved popular on the streets of Beijing. Locals said they were very proud of the AI startup.
I feel quite proud of it, because as a Chinese citizen, we have this AI research and development that has become a global sensation. I feel, first of all, especially proud of that.
DeepSeek's emergence led investors to dump tech stocks globally. It saw market watchers question the sky-high valuation and dominance of AI bellwethers. US giant Nvidia is the poster child of the AI boom in recent years, but it saw shares sink 17% on Monday. It wiped $593 billion from the chipmaker's market value,
Wow.
a record one-day loss for any company.
That's massive. But I believe that they've managed to like gain some of that back, of course, on the gambling system that is the stock market. Anyway, that was interesting. Okay, our good news story for the end of the news. This is Permai, Perth Zoo's last remaining female elephant, who's getting ready for a road trip. Keepers noticed signs of loneliness in recent months, so Permai will be joining a new herd. Permai will soon meet her new friend Burma in South Australia. Later in the year, 2 more female elephants from Taronga Zoo will join Burma and Permai to create a regional elephant herd.
Our carers do a phenomenal job with Permai, but she needs elephant company for all the other social aspects that we can't fulfil. We've now got a long road journey all the way from Perth to Monado Safari Park. Being one of the most isolated zoos in the world, we're very well versed at large animal travel across the Nullarbor.
You are incredible.
There's a little bit more watermelon in a small bucket. If you want to give grab some. Well done, well done. You're a legend. We love you so much. We love you so much. More watermelon in. There's a small bucket there. If you want to get the watermelon for me. Yeah. Sorry. I'll grab it.
Bits of bread.
We have a huge team with us of specialist vets, some of her carers. She's under, as I said, CCTV camera. The crate is insulated on the roof.
I reckon they should spray. Like, why they don't spray water into it or a mist? Maybe they do.
There's 2 air conditioners. We're carrying over 1,000 litres of water, and her welfare is a priority.
You're a good one. We love you the most. We've got Permai in the crate now. She has had her sedation, and the team are now just waiting for that to start to kick in so she can calm down a little bit as we slowly start to progress through the stages of getting her nice and safe in there by tethering her to the crate, and then we'll be closing the doors on both sides before the big lift onto the truck.
My hopes for Permai in the future are to be accepted into a matriarchal herd, to have all the elephant company and live out her life in fantastic welfare at Monado Safari Park.
See you, Permai!
It looks like they make it cool with like air conditioning and stuff. But that was our last story, our good news story. Hopefully things don't keep escalating and we can have a fairly short news next week and things might calm down. I'm hoping that Trump will get all this out of his system soon and that things might stabilize and calm down. All right, I'm going to go to the pause screen because I also have to think about like what I'm going to play. I need to get more drinks. I am hot. I don't want friends. That's not what I want. And yeah, I have to think about what I'm going to play. Let me switch over here. I don't know. Could do Euro Truck, but I've also got all these tiny games, and I wanted to kind of do tiny games one day, but I don't know if that day is today. I mean, I guess I could do Tiny Games. What's Tiny Lands? Have I ever played Tiny Lands? Oh, it's like a hidden... Yeah, I have played it. Okay. Let's do Tiny Games today. So first I'll start with this one. And then so that I can get complete like an activity. And then we'll do a couple of those, maybe just one or two of the Tiny Lands. And then we'll finish up with a cozy tiny glade. So I'm just going to go over to the pause scene and get myself a drink because it's really hot. And I'm just constantly consuming fluids, just constantly. And I need more bubbly fluids. That's cold. So I'll be right back. All right. Now, let's see. I don't know whether the screen setup will work. As we can see, I have 17 of 66. So this game is a kind of little builder, and I quite like building games. This one's, it's kind of frustrating. Why they're not loading very fast. I haven't encountered this particular one yet. Why is it just not? Here we go. And so you get set pieces, and each one is a different sort of challenge, and then you get an achievement for completing that challenge. So I hope the stream's going all right. I do think that people are downloading Fortnite in the background. I turned mine off. So anyway, so we're going to start with Tinytopia and then move into the more cozy tiny games. This one's still cozy. This one's still cozy, but I find this one more frustrating. And I may need to go out and look at a guide. We'll see. Sometimes I have to cheat on this one. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully the screen setup will be okay for it. We may need to remove the community canvas or something, or move it around. It's running, it says. Yes. Okay, now what about sound? Sorry about the white screen. Wow. I can do that there until it's ready. Here we go. Sorry. Okay. Okay, audio seems to be okay. See everything. Right, we'll see how we go from here. So this is one of those games where I try to complete a level each time I play because it gives me an achievement, and then I don't play it again for a while. So I don't know how it. Okay. Like, so these are ones that I've done before, and I just did San Francisco last time, so I'm now up to Turntable Town. Oh, build a city on top of a turning record. Try not to get dizzy. Oh. So here are my tasks. So I have to complete all of them to get the challenge, to get the achievement. So I have to reach 700 citizens with 50% happiness, build 5 tier 5 classy houses, build a city with a population of 400. Okay, let's look at a guide straight off. Tier 5 classy house. Okay. Tier 3 to 4. one doesn't have a tier 5. Oh. A tier 5 classy house. So we build what? A classy house, then you put them together. Okay. So that seems pretty ordinary. Okay. That's fine. Build a city with a population of 400. Okay, but we have to reach 700. And they have to have 50% happiness. All right. Might take a little bit of time. Work buildings can provide jobs to a limited number of citizens. Check the info screen. Oh, okay. So the main goal, but if I don't complete all of them, I don't think I get the achievement. Nothing better than the sound of vinyl. It's the only way I listen to my J-pop records. I wonder if... Wait, do you think you could build a city on top of that record, Maya? Now, there's an idea. Reach the population goal to complete this level. Okay. Oh my god. How? Why isn't it in the center of the screen? Let's see. There we go. Alright. Oh my. Alright, so first we need to build, I guess, a road. Oh, a scaffold? Why don't we have roads? If building is combined, nearby scaffolding disappears. Okay, well, let's see. Do I have money? What is this? Taxes. Oh, okay. Alright. It's been a little while since I played. There's the classy house. Alright. Well, we could always try and build 5 classy houses straight up. I don't even know how much money I've got. Can I build a classy house if I don't have money? Holy. Some of your buildings still need basic resources. Well, of course. Let's build a coal plant. Oh no, let's not. Oh, hold on. Okay, let's try and get the solar panel to cover as much ground as we possibly can. I'm trying to remember how I... That's moving that. What does this move? Rotate? Aha. Okay. Well, this is doing my OCD in. And we need to have a few. Go back over here. Okay. And he needs a job. So let's give the classy house people a job there in an office. Oh my god. How is this gonna work? It's never gonna be lined up. Is there a way to snap? There's a way to snap. Yo. There we go. That's a lot of offices. Oh. Oh my. Okay, so he's got a job. Now let's make it a bigger house, I guess. It was next to it, we had to snap it. Oh. What is this thing that's in my face? Here we go. Go like that. No. Oh, there we go. Okay. I forget the design of it. Let's go back out. I know it's cheating, but we will be here all day if... Oh, just build it on top. The same. Okay. I feel like it's gonna fall off the edge. Oh! Okay, okay. Oh my. How is it staying on there? Alright, let's do it again. Another classy house. Behind. Needs basic resources. Of course it does. Let's put some solar panels here for this house. I'm gonna rotate. Oh my god, I just want it to line up. Here's good. Here. Alright. Moved. Come back around here. I hope it's going to be lined up sufficiently. Right. I have to build 5 of those? Or is that just the tier... Just the tier 4 one. That's a tier 4. So how do we make it tier 5? To put 2 maybe on the front. Thing is in my face. Alright. Well, I'll try. Like, I think here. Did it. Okay, that's 2. Do another. Alright. They're 20% happiness so far, although they might need some other things to make them happy. Like, probably a good idea to get a police station happening. Don't know. Should it go next to it? Oh dear. Should have waited for it. Stop spinning. Think. Yes, there we go. And then I should be able to, I don't know. Let's put in a fire station as well. Maybe over here. I can't. Fine. Here, that's good. Let's do that. And then a hospital, just in case. I'm not going to have room to put 5 houses. Oh. Snap it right next to the fire station. Okay. Now. 80%. I'm sure we've got enough energy here. Maybe I can put some energy on top. Over here. Yay. All right. Okay. They didn't snap together? They didn't. Did I put them on the wrong way? Destructo. Let's destruct them. Demolish. Maybe I did put them... Oh, wait. Are they classy houses? I don't think they're classy houses. Things are starting to rock. Alright. Road. I'm not sure. Seems to want it to go that way, so I'll try again. Okay. Oh my. And sometimes when you knock them over, it can knock like other parts. Like you can wreck other things. So you got to be careful when you knock something over. Okay, come back this way. Try again. Come on. Right. It didn't turn into a tier. Alright, let's try again. Oh, there. Did it. Hmm? Oh. Wait for it to stop turning. Okay. Nice. Radio. Now, is it here? It is. It's here. Ah! Only got 56 citizens so far. I have to build some tall apartment buildings. That's going to start getting difficult. I have a feeling I may not reach the achievement. We have 4. One more. One more like that. And then I'll try and build like an apartment, I guess. Where to put this? Oh no, I don't know if it's going to be on the right side. Wrong side. Can I get... Okay, I'll see if it's gonna let me squish it in there. It can be a bit tricky, but that was pretty cool because it moved it. Alright. Okay. 5 classy houses. 70 citizens. So next is to try and build an apartment, I guess. We moved some things here. That's not great. Okay. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. Have to demolish. Okay. They're not right next to each other. That's not great. Okay. I was hoping they'd be snapped, but they did not. Oh my. Let's destroy a few of those. Everything is moving. It's all moving. Everything's moving. Got a different challenge. Building 50 solar panels. Alright, let's move that one. Demolish this. Why are they moving? Oh my. They're not joining together though. Alright, I'm going back out to the guide. Oh. Wait, but I don't have access to apartments. Houses. Would I get apartments if I add like a coal plant? And just do it like with a coal plant and forget about all the solar panels. Can I build out here? No. Gosh, it moves so much. They before I manage to build them into a structure. Oh, now we've got something. Okay. Try and take that one off. I swear they don't like it if you build... Like, I can't build that whole planet far enough away from the city. That would decrease their happiness a lot. Oh my. It's sliding. They're sliding. Pick up a building and place it somewhere else. How much money do I have? It doesn't seem like I've got... I need to worry about money in this one. Oh my. Something broke over here. And make it click onto that. No, I just want it to stay where it is. Oh, why? Why was that 500? No, the solar panel's falling. Maybe we're a bit cheaper? Not. We better save it. Alright. And try and move this one. Okay. Oh my. Let's move that in there a bit more. It wants more energy. We'll try and build that and that. Oh, slippy slides. Okay, let's move that sort of this way. What happened? Did they wreck one over here? Okay. Let's see what else we can do here with the jobs. Make another... Does it do anything? No? Maybe let's demolish the one on the very top. Ooh. May need a store. Oh, did that wiggle? I think that wiggled. Oh. Oh, and then solar panels fell off. Okay. I don't know how this would be possible. 144. I haven't even got 400 yet. Not the classy houses. I believe there's a way you can build up the caravans really high. So we managed to get to this stage. Oh, not high? Aha. That's wild. Look at that. Okay. Okay. Oh, gonna move again. While it does that, oh well. So we did that. Oh, you have to like turn one on its side next to it. See, it's kind of cheating, but at the same time, it's still cryptic. The help is still quite cryptic. So... gonna keep building them up. Got 226. Oh my gosh, I'm about to lose a house. Alright, and just move it in a little bit. Okay. These are all a bit slidey. Ooh. Ooh. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, broke some solar panels. It looks like I can put solar panels on the roofs. The houses. Oh. Maybe not that one. Didn't do that very well, did I? Oh, that got a bit shaky. Oh my god. It's all moving. Alright. Gotta be quick. I gotta move the things. No. Oops. It's okay. This time I think I'll put this, I don't know, there. That's a bit closer to that one. Oh, and then this up here. If I can move those. 228. So I've actually managed to get more on there so far than I thought I would. Put that there. I want to get to that one in there. And I don't know, put it there. No, it's fall off. No? Okay. Okay, alright, let's move this back this way. Move the hospital back that way. Oops. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Maybe. Alright. Try and build some more trailers now. What happens if I just keep going up? Oh my god. Oh! Okay. That's 300. They're not sticking together. Wriggles. Okay, okay. Might as well try and go up more. Luckily there was no hurt people. Because I don't know if I can dispatch. If I can dispatch, like, the ambulance. Oh! Something else. Because I haven't got a helicopter pad on it. Alright, let's, I don't know, put one in here. That doesn't... No! Stop! No! Don't move! No! No! 360? I'm close, but I want to get the 700. Something broke. Let's move this again. Alright. What broke? This is not looking good here either. I think maybe it's just solar panels falling off. What is that? Oh, it's the lid. Okay. Oops. Oh no, they're spinning again. Maybe, can I move this one, like right next to the other one? That's... It just wants to go like long ways. complete the main goal. Now I need to keep playing so I can try and get 700 citizens on here. My building's gonna fall over! No! A fire! No! And I don't think I can send the fire trucks. Provides fire coverage. Yeah, but how do I send the fire truck? Okay. Fire truck. Place the fire truck. Okay, great. Good to know. Place the fire truck. Nice. Okay. Success. Okay, everything's moving again. Can I take the fire truck out? Right. Let's put this house back on the turntable. Alright, it looks like some things have moved around here a little. Those two join, then I can move. Let's put it there. Alright. Need work. Okay. No! Oops. Oh. No, and a fire. Alright, and we need work. We need work. Let's move that. And okay, we need energy, we need work. Okay. Also lost some people. Goodness. Wait for it to stop moving. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, kind of. No. No. No such luck. Another one over there. Okay. We need work. We need work over here. We also need to move this one. Move this one on top of that one. Yeah, like that. Why not? Fabulous. Is it not going to join with the other one? Alright, a job. What about the store? Can we make the store bigger? We may need to move the solar panel on the store. Okay, this doesn't want to join together anymore, so that's fine. Let's add a solar panel on top of there. Maybe a solar panel on top of that one. No, something over there is moving a lot. Oh my gosh. Maybe a scaffold would help? Maybe that's why it's telling me about the scaffold thing. Put that one there. This one, and put it more there. Solar panel, solar panel. Okay, where's the scaffold? I don't know. There. Maybe that'll help it to not fall over. Oh my. No, just leave that one there. Okay, let's see. Try to use a house. Might hold more people, you know? No. No. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to destroy it. I meant to move it. That and that there. Maybe that. $462. Okay. I've got no job. Oh my. No. Oh, my lordy. Oh my. Oh my. It's teetering. Something broke. Okay, let's put some on top of the fire station and stuff. Can I put one next to it? Okay. I know what's breaking. Let's move all of this. Move this on top of that. Okay, it seems like maybe some power? These look a bit dodgy, don't they? It's not looking great. I just kind of want it to stand up. Great, that's great. Okay. 586. No! Oh! No! Oh my. People lost jobs. People lost jobs. Thought the scaffold was supposed to hold it up. Oh my gosh, people are about to lose homes. Oh my. Citizens. Just push you back on a bit further. Oh, I'll put it on top of a solar panel. What the? Okay, another solar panel. No one has any jobs. What is that it's sitting on top of? Another solar panel. Alright. Jobs. Okay. Alright, power. Oh my. Oh, I broke it. No! Oops. I put the fire. Oh my god. Okay. This is very hard. Maybe I should reset. It's not like I have to keep the classy houses anymore. What if I put a coal plant in the middle? Right, that means I can get rid of all the solar panels. Just causing their own headache. Alright. let me put it there. Put scaffolds there then. No? Shh. I see how. Okay, let's try it. I guess house, just normal houses. Man. No. Demolish that one. Oh my. What is it on? Why is it crooked like that? Don't even need that. Okay. Let me get in there. Alright. Constantly wants to put it next to it, so... Won't let me get to that solar panel under there. Polish that solar panel. What is that? Oh, it's the coal plant. Need more jobs? The jobs just disappeared. No! Did not want that there. Ah. Different office building. Oh my. A fire blazes through my city. Lost jobs again. I don't know if I can get all these people on here. Obviously you can. But I'm not having the required luck. Okay, put it there then. Not helpful. I want it to turn sideways. Maybe if I just turn off the auto snap. I don't don't think that's very helpful. So it doesn't matter. Nope. That's not great. Alright. Things to move as soon as I put a house down. Right. Okay. It's also slippy and slidey. Oh, that sort of forces everything to move over a little bit. Gives me a bit of room to put another one. Let's demolish that. $600. That is, I did not mean to do that. Oh good, it broke anyway. 668. I'm so close. $688. I completed the secondary goal. I've completed it. I got it. Okay. I didn't think I would. It's all gonna fall over. It's all gonna fall apart. Oh my gosh. Look, it's all getting caught in the... That is wild. Look at that. Menagerie. Okay. Alright, we achieved the goals. I got the achievement. So now, as you can see, that is why it's a frustrating game. You build it and then things break. Mind you, they're not normally on a turntable, but it has its challenges along the way, and like fires break out and things like that. And there's also natural disasters that can come in and destroy your builds as well, so that kind of can create problems, or earthquakes, things like that. Your earthquakes and tornadoes and things come and destroy your buildings, and so then you've got to rebuild from that. But I'm surprised actually that I managed to get the 700 on there in the end with the 50%. All right, fabulous. Oh my, a fire. We better put it out before I exit. Okay, we may see complete destruction of the city before we even finish. Oh, and put that out. Put that out. Oh. No fire trucks available? Wait, that's not how it works. Did my fire station die? Okay, there we go. There. Alright. Excellent. I'm glad that I finished that one. Back to menu. So that should have marked it off now as complete. And the next one that I'll do will be Coastal Paradise. So yeah. And then when once I've done that one, it will unlock both of it will unlock both Teeter Town and Rio de Janeiro, and then I get to choose my path, which is kind of what happened here. I had to complete UFO crash site, and then that opened up both of the different towns. So it kind of moves you through like that. I don't know how much more I've got to go. I imagine quite a few, yeah, because it's got like 70 achievements or something, this game, so it's going to take me a while to finish it. And as I said, it's very frustrating. It can be very frustrating. I love building games, but that's like pretty frustrating. Space Cape. Wow. Once you get up here, it's more open, so that's interesting. Yeah. So, maybe on another stream I'll do more. I don't know. It's cute, but it's also frustrating. All right, let's move out to the title screen. Quit. I'll just change the category. Okay, so we cheated a little, but that's okay. We're allowed to cheat on that one. We're going to do Tiny Lands. Sometimes this one can be frustrating too, but it's more just because I get impatient and I can't find. This is a hidden or no, find the same, like those old pictures where you have to find the differences in the two pictures that are the same. So I'm just going to change the game. So this is Tiny Lands. Tiny Land. There it is. There's a Tiny Lands too. Oh, and I think there's a whole lot of DLCs too, but I haven't got the DLCs. Yeah, one day I'll bother getting them. I kind of wanted to see what the game was like and whether I enjoyed it. It's not too bad. So I've got 3 more achievements to get in this game, and those 3 last achievements are basically find all the differences for the game. So that means like complete the game. And find all the differences from the first anniversary special diorama and from the second anniversary diorama. So perhaps I can find out which one that is, and then we could do that. I wanted to change this, so done. Should have changed the game to Tiny Lands. Now, I'm not sure that I'll complete an entire round of this because they have like 5 different puzzles in each round, and that might take a while. We'll see how we go. We have done 3 hours on the stream so far, and I wouldn't mind showing you a little bit of Tiny Glades, which is so cute. It's a cozy game that's very cute and much more relaxing. There's no puzzle to it, but this one's got lovely music, and I love the aesthetic of this one. I love the glow at night and things like that, the lights and stuff like that. Okay, I'm not sure where I'm up to here. Oh, it wants me to use this. Next. What? I don't normally use my... Okay, do I normally use my controller for this? See, this looks like I've done all these ones. Okay, alright, yes. So all the ones where I've got like 50 out of 50, I've done those. So I have 85 stars at the top, and I can choose to open any particular ones. So I don't know which one's the anniversary special one. That's a little Halloweeny one. So there's the Halloween one. Any of these really I can open, I guess. A sport one. Wild West one. A snow one. A little Japanese village that looks really cute. Or a little Asian village of some sort. And this one. Let's do the Halloweeny one. Unlock this world. Yes. Wait. Yes. Okay. Here we go. And now that we're in here. Okay, so these are all the little puzzles that are in this one. I can start or do any of them. I just saw a little combi, so let's do the little combi. That's cute. We'll see. I don't know if I'll do all those because that could take a while. Now, why am I using the controller? Okay. So, okay, first difference I've found. I don't like this with the controller. Why can't I use my mouse? Alright, here it's giving me the mouse. I'm going to look at all the trees and their colours. This one. 2. Even like the little stones and the sizes can be. Something, and you can sort of scroll in and look quite close. One, two, three, yes. Another way you can do it is just to like click everywhere until you get something random. What about these barrels? Here's one. And the tires. This one's a small tire compared to a large tire. One more. Probably the trees. Oh, I see a large tree and a small tree. See, the music's quite lovely. And there's quite a few puzzles, and it's quite cheap. On special, I can't remember what I paid for it on special, but it's $7.50 full price. It's $7.50? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's what I bought it for. Did I pay $7.50? I don't know. Maybe? I doubt it. I doubt I would have paid that much. So it would have been really like quite cheap when I bought it. And then these go down quite cheap as well. But like I said, I like the aesthetic. The music's lovely as well, and so it's a really relaxing game. It's can be a tiny bit frustrating, like I said, if you can't find something, you know, and you're having that problem. Like she's on the wrong side. There we go. She's probably going to say it's the bike that's different. So that can be a little bit frustrating, but the music's lovely, and really it's just a relaxing, fun differences game. So, you know, it can't get that it can't be that bad, like as stress-wise, you know? This rat is big and this one's small. Look at all the trees again like last time. The little sound effects. What a lovely little game. Things on the couch. They're all seemingly facing the same direction. Okay. Windows. This is different. Ladder's different. Oh, this ghosty is definitely different. 3 of 5, okay. What about these? Feel different, but they're not. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Go and look around the other side now. Is that facing the right way? They're all facing the same. Check all the ghosties again. Okay. This one's different size? And this one is the wrong way. Did it again. Oh, spiders. This one's cute. It's got lots of themes. So the bottles. Green, red, green. Red. this correct? This is correct. Bird, this bird. I hope it's not something in the cornfield, like just one thing of corn. It could potentially be. Let's click on all the corns. Okay, I don't think it's a corn. Clothes, directions. Okay, they all seem to be. Probably is a corn, just to annoy me. More corns over here. Oh my gosh. Alright. Go out again. One. I only have to get one. One's on the ground. Come on. What about these boxes? I think I looked at them already. Lights, the bird. Something is rotated wrong and bigger. Thank you. That's a cool clue. Rotated wrong and bigger. It can't be one of these boxes. Like a piece of corn, perhaps. They all look the same. I don't think it's the tires. I know. Wait, there. Big or small, you don't know which way is right. Yeah. Just the ones, they're different in size and direction. Alright. This is, wow, there's a lot going on. Okay, I've got one straight off. There is a lot going on, which can be good, but can also make it harder. Yep. This is smaller. Three out of 5. Okay. Something up here. It's like Skull Cave. The octopus ring coming out. Octopuses. Okay. One, 4 out of 5. That feels bigger to me, but obviously not. About his axes. Helmet horns, no. So we can look at the trees. Seems fine. What about around here? A whole other thing around here. And we've already found 4 or 5. So let's see. Doesn't want to let me drag it down. Unfortunately. If you ever make games, you want to do one like this, you think. Yeah, and it's cute. Yeah, exactly. Cute. And they're kind of like, they can be very arty, and then like cozy games are really popular at the moment, and they're like growing in popularity. And so, you know, obviously the cozy music and then the sort of lovely artwork. I love this glowy. Yeah, very casual and cozy, exactly. I love the glowy effect too, like it just has an aesthetic to it which just looks, you know, it just lifts the graphics that little bit further to me. The bloom effect, right. You know, and it kind of just makes it look cozy, like the lights are on at night time or something in the cozy house. So yeah. And then you've got to have that music, you know, the nice lo-fi music. Doesn't look like there's anything around the back here. All these are faced the same way. Is that the front? Okay. That tree's good. These trees are good. They're all doing the same poses. These, that's good. He squished that man. He's gonna squish him. Okay. His horns. You're a master at these sort of games, aren't you? Ms. Urumalu. No. Oh, really? Really? That one. That. Yeah, it was subtle. Yeah, it looked the same. Because the other difference was right there, so it kind of like, oh, did it just look different because the other thing was different. But yeah, it was subtle. Anyway, yeah. And so I'm only going to do, like, I think I will complete and get the achievement for this round, but I'll only do the one round on stream because I want people to be able to, you know, it's kind of a spoiler if people want to own the game. There's still a lot more puzzles that need to be done in it. And there's all the DLCs, but for the achievement, for the perfect game, it seems that you only need something here. You only need, you don't need the DLCs to get the perfect game. See, and now that looks different because that's different. Oh. Yeah. Is the touchy there? Oh, it's the wrong way around over here. Okay. Seems bigger, but it's not. The little flame things. Oh, I didn't notice the dead guy in there. No, that's all I say. You're not a master, you just want to race me. Yeah, but you are a master at these sort of games. I know it. And this rock looks different. Tree, sword, flamey thing. Yes, no. What about this big statue? I highly doubt it's the statue. Oh, yeah. Thank you again. I like that the clues, because like normally I'd just get frustrated and go and look up the answer. But I do give, like I do give it a really good try before I just go and look up the answer. But the clues are better, because then I still find it. This seems different. All the same here. It's around the wrong way. Something here is different. That one, 4. And this one, 5. Okay. See how much more? Two more. Nice. Okay. feel bigger on this side. A bit morbid, the sound of a grave digging. At least that's what I thought I heard. Come on. Yay! One more! One more! There wasn't one more? Wait. I did them all? This one. Yeah. Alright, last one. And then I'm going to show you Tiny Glade. And that's what we'll finish the night out on. It won't take much to show Tiny Glade, that's for sure. It's very cozy. Requires really no real thought, like if you don't want to. That big? No. This one. But you can like do a lot of design with it, but it's also kind of I think they call it procedural generation. So I kind of can't wait to show you actually. What about these? They're the same. What about how he's holding this spider facing the same way? They do things like change rocks sometimes. And you disregard them. These and in here. No. But sometimes it is the thing that's different. So it'll probably be like one of the bricks or something. Alright, this rock. Super keen to update my fortnight. So I can look at the new OG and perhaps because my friend was really eager to play tonight and he knew that we were going to stream, and I think he was pretty excited about that, and so I think he's disappointed that we weren't able to do that tonight. So I'll probably come on tomorrow, potentially, maybe, and stream some of that. Again, depending on how he's feeling, he might change his mind by then. But yeah, I'd be keen to come in, perhaps even play a little bit of the new season of OG. I don't know if I've ever played surely I've played OG on stream. Maybe not, I don't know. And so that would be pretty good to be able to show that new season. Can't be this stuff out here. Yeah, no. That stuff disappears. Okay, what about the flowers here? Good. Found 3. Stone, things in that. Guess I could spin it around. I haven't looked at the other side. Well, that's why. Oh, but there was something this way. Ugh. Why'd I have to put a spider that I had to click on? I would say that's all I can see from this side. Leaves. Seems different. No. On the other side, yeah. It's these things all being different sizes and stuff's fucking me up because I'm seeing differences where there aren't any. I will get it. It's the last one for this achievement. Last one. Is it the hole? No. Leaves it. Oh, thunder. This also seems like a different size. This, where you wouldn't think to check a detail that you wouldn't think to check. And I didn't even look at your clue. Wait. Hey. Wait, no. I know what's happened. No way. Hold on. Yeah, I did the combi. Trying to make me do it again. Did all these. Alright. It's done. 4. Oh, that one's gonna be cute. But I won't do them on stream because I don't want to spoiler that for people. And this was kind of a plan I'd had anyway in the past, was to do tiny games. So that is what we're doing. Now let me out. And to showcase those little tiny games that are cute, like that are actually called tiny something and that are cute. And because they're only sort of small games, I thought they'd made it pretty good. We've still got the elephant. They made a pretty good like sort of theme for the night. Okay, let's close the elephant. All right, so the last one, and this one I'll just sort of showcase it and then we'll close up the stream. It's called Tiny Glade. This one's a fairly new game. Yeah, it was released September 2024. It's super cute. It's super easy. Currently $21.95. I did get it on special, but it wasn't a huge special. So it's because it's new. I think I paid $17 for it and it's 21, so it's like 10% off or something. Let's go. Let's play. I don't know what those other things are, so we'll just play it. I don't even think it's got achievements or anything. No, it's just completely cozy game. I'm going to put on my little PNG tuber. Why is she not popping up? There she is. Why is Tiny Glade not popping up? That's another question. Taking its time. Says it's running. Come on, Tiny Glade. There it is. Oh, and I want to change the game on the info. So we did Tinylands just then. And this is Tiny Glade. Here it is. Done. All right. So, super easy. Oh, this is dreadful. This was me just trying it out, like starting it out. So there's a thing you can do. Let's sort of go back. So you can do, I don't know, what's this? Go new. Okay, so different themes that you can choose from. Oh, that's cute. Look at that. Flowery. Winter. Okay, and then there's also daily theme. Okay, and oh my god, today's daily theme is Dollhouse. And the daily theme is basically, it gives you a sort of starter thing. Yes, so that, because, yeah, well, it says sometimes we know from personal experience that sometimes you need a bit of inspiration to get doodling. Each day we'll share a new theme and a starting Glade. Today's theme is Doll's House. Let's see what you make with it. Let's go. Okay. So, you can move things around and adjust their thickness and all sorts of stuff. Okay, what do we got down here? So we can build we can build walls and fences and stuff, and then pathways. We can add like features to our thing, but you can't, I don't know, what's this one do? Paint. I don't know, let's paint the roof. Oh, okay, so we can change the color of the roof. Oh, that's cute. Okay. We can change the land. We can add flowers, trees, and add water. And we can also look at it at different times of the day. Right. So we'll bring it back. I don't know where it was. And you can lock the time of the day as well. All right. What does it look like from the front? So how do we do this? So you go... So you don't really decide... Like, I can't go and put furniture in there. Okay? I can... Oh. Does it let me, like, click nothing? Yeah. So I can take this and go, okay, I don't like that wall. It's too fat or something. Or it's long. Can I make it skinnier? I'm pretty sure I can. Here we go. Oh no, that wants to go higher? Right, see, I can make it fatter, skinnier. I can make those go higher. All right, let's bring out the land a little bit. And I can sort of do this. And it's very much sort of free. It is. It's a doodling program. So you can go, okay, rub out all these trees over here. I want them gone. Okay, and we just made that little hill sort of... Oh, we can adjust it though. We can bring it down a tiny bit, or maybe bring this up a little bit. There we go. That looks cute. Maybe. And it seems I can... Okay, I can draw a path. You could draw the path off into the forest and it'll knock down trees as you go, like it just drew that path. And it's truly like a sketching building game. It has got music. I don't know if you can hear it. First, the music is on 1. It's there. It's not very loud, is it? Bring it up to 2 and maybe the ambience volume. That seems a little better. Oh, continue. Alright, so I'm working on my path here. And then I might put a little fence here. And you just kind of draw it. And then, I don't know how to make my little dollhouse have things, like do more things. Can I rotate with the keyboard? There's a way to rotate it. No, there is a way to actually rotate it. And then I can like throw this out. And when I connect it to another building, it will like incorporate into the building. Maybe. Might make a liar out of me. And we can rotate it. Doesn't want to let me, I don't think, go that way. Here we go. No. That's as far as it wants to let me go. But we can get that path and we can make a little door. I can go, I want this path to go around here. Yeah. Why has it built that like that? Gone, done that. I want to move this bit in a bit. Maybe I can turn it into a chimney. No, that's not very good. How do I put things in here? Let's put some windows. And you can join the windows together. They're on the wrong side. We need to take the... No, not like that. No. Wait. This is not right. It's not what we want to do. We want to do that on the other side. Wait. It's too fat. Okay, let's erase the windows. That didn't work. Is that gonna work? No. Put the window here, then that's better. But we want it on the outside. Like this. See? This isn't very good. I haven't done a very good job here. Not at all. Let's left control. I kind of just want them to delete. Oh, move. Move them. Move them over here. There. Wait. Okay. Let's put them there. Right. And then I can add another little, let's... the little path that does that. And you just kind of run into it with the path. And it creates a door. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? And it adds things as you... like it adds the little seats and things like that as you go. Let's see if we can add a like door through this thick thing. I don't like this thick wall. Okay. Did it go through to the other side? Yeah, but it's like a weird... very weird. Okay, let's try to... let's bring this down. No? Up? Okay. Doesn't want to let me. Oh. Can we build stairs? Turns into stairs. That's cute. This is a very dumb door though. What about this? How do I rotate them? Okay, well that didn't rotate as planned. Oh, look at the little sheepies. Should put another one there. I don't know. I'm sure there's a way to rotate. Surely. This is an undo, I think. And you can create like, well here even, I've kind of created a little garden, so like I can join that to that. Or maybe not quite so far in. And, you know, do this with it. Can I move them? Nope. Ooh. Oh, it doesn't have an undo for that. No. I swear there's a way. Oh my, look at all this. Looks like it can get quite detailed if you get into it. Oh. Let's just hide them. I did badly. Oh. Well, okay. I guess I can erase it. That was not what I wanted to do, but that's alright. We'll just draw it again. And then put some flowers in and turn it into a little flowery garden. I think you can change the size of the pen. Is that as small as it goes? What about as big as it goes? Yeah, so you can. Huh. Maybe we'll... Is it undo? Doesn't seem like it. Make this whole hill flowery here. Ooh, there we go. I definitely have to practice this game. It's so very cute. I just haven't used it very much. I think I'd used it for like half an hour. And I've seen other people play it and they get quite detailed with it. As you saw, like there was certainly all different ways that you can change the building. You can change its height. Bring it out a bit here. We can turn it a little bit. Make it like this, and then when we draw other, like we can draw a wall. I don't know what it's going to do. We've snapped the wall to it, so we've created a little backyard, I guess. So we'll stick a door in it. Stick another door there. And look, it's put little things next to the door. You can make the door wider. Woo! You can turn it into that. I don't like that. How do I undo that? No! That's alright. Let's just draw it again. Little tilt. Bring it out. Bring it back. Oh, we can change the shape of the roof. No, I said go up. I wanted to go up. Oh my, look at that door. Here we go. Fix little wall. Oh, we can make it a really small. There we go. A little tiny door. So very cute. Very, very cute. I don't know, let's add these ones. And a couple of these. We'll go up to story 2, the second story, yeah? Linking the windows. And we get, like, it puts little clothes, little window boxes. Oh, that one had added some shutters. Okay. And let's see, let's put, can we add a light here? Yeah, that's cute. And then another light maybe here. And we can add a round tower. Let's sort of intersect it a bit here. There we go. Can we bring this down a bit? Perhaps? There we go. We can make it into a little 2-story house. And then we can do something like... Can't see because of the tree. There we go. Like it's got a spiral staircase or something. There we go. That's cute. And I guess we should try some water. Never really done the water before. Let's build a little bit of a pond here. Oh, and we've attracted some ducks. That's cute. And I don't know, I'm guessing if you do certain things, maybe even on the water. Like, no, nothing. I was hoping it might make like a boat thing or something. Right, let's fix the flowers up here. Bring them down like this. That's pretty cute. Like that. That seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Maybe we can just put like normal trees there. Whoa, wow. Or we can just do something like that. Oh. I don't know. More trees. Do over here a bit. Okay. Ooh, did some rocks. Alright. Let's make some land over here with some rocks. There we go. Let's put a couple of them together. Do they snap? Yes, there is a way to make them snap. They're not doing it how I want them to. That is not great. There we go. Fabulous. Put a little path off. I'm going to make the entrance there. Oh wow. It shows you what it's going to do. Oh, let's add that. Add that. Add that. How cute. How cute is that? Okay. That one. I'll keep it there. Can I just move it over? Yep. What does this do? Oh. We can put a flag. Oh wow, very cute. So it really is a game where you've got to explore because it's not immediately obvious what it does, like the different, you know, things that can get triggered by adding things to it. So, you know, it's so very cute, and it is another, you know, very cozy relaxation game. See, it's got a bit of a border that you can work in. This is not the greatest build. One day I'll get used to it. And I'll turn out something really cute and pretty. I don't understand why it doesn't put things in the house. And I would like it if it did give you the opportunity to put, like, furniture, but it's supposed to be a thing that gets procedurally generated, that sort of... It's surprise, you know, you get a surprise when something happens, when something changes. Don't like the flags very much at all. Maybe somewhere else they will work, but not here. Maybe like along here. Work, and then like along here. And then as we saw, we can change the color of things, so I'm guessing you can choose here and change the brickwork. That's very cool, look at that. So that your houses can be different. That one? Is it the same one? That one, I think it is. Super cute game. Chances I'll play this one again on stream, just like doing a cozy stream or whatever, and just as I get better at it perhaps, or whatever, or just to cozy and chat with the community. So it's good for that sort of thing. It's a very, very cute little game. Only new. So it's one that people can explore and discover. It's a real explore and discover cozy game. It's very cute and pretty. And like I showed you, you can choose the different different types. Winter, flowery, olden. That looks really cute, doesn't it? Summer and autumn, you know, or the daily theme. So yeah, it gives you that option to look how it's turned it into a painting. That's very cute. I know I haven't done the most fantastic tiny glade here, but you get the idea. I wonder if we can build a bridge. No, it built a kind of path. think you can build bridges. Because I'm sure I've seen bridges. Draw over existing terrain. Do that with it. My tiny glade's adorable. It hasn't been very well planned. That's the problem. And I guess you're not supposed to really plan, but there we go. I built a rock bridge. But I've seen bridges, I swear I've seen people build bridges. Let's add a fireplace that it wants to add like that one. And then what happens if I play with the fireplace? Can I play with the fireplace? No? I can do that with it? Okay. Can make it really tall or short. Okay. Super cute game. Like I said, probably play it again one day once I've actually worked it out properly. Because I watch a streamer that plays with this and she does all sorts of things with it, you know. It can get quite intricate, you know. We can make that higher, but you can also, yeah, do that. So you'd be able to, oh, look at that. What happens? Can I do something on top of it? No, I don't want to do that. What if I draw a path on it? No? Okay. I don't know. I'm just trying things to see what happens. Let's just put some flowers up there. No? Fine, we'll just draw some flowers over here then. Yeah. So as you can see, lots you can do with it, but it's about discovering those things. Cute little game. Tiny Glade, total cozy game. Has no objective, no win state, no achievements, no anything like that. It's just cozy building, and sometimes that's what you need. So especially with the way things are these days, people need to be able to switch off and not have a challenge, not think, you know, like you can think as much as you want with this. You can either just plonk things down and just see what happens, or you can really get in there and plan and see if you can create something, you know, that's well thought out and planned, you know. So it gives you these different options. It's a fantastic little game. And a cute little soundtrack, you know, it's not too obtrusive or anything like that. Yeah. Very nice. All right, I'm going to leave it there today with our little tiny glade here. It's not great. Perhaps the other one was better. Look at the little sheeps. Oh, look how close you can get. Little sheep. Hello. We just discovered something. What about, can I pat a bird? Oh! Cute as. All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much for joining me. I'll be back next Friday at 7 p.m. Australian time, or that's 8 a.m. GMT. That's my regular stream. Hopefully I can come on tomorrow with my friend and play. It'll just be some Fortnite. We'll just be playing some Fortnite. Maybe I can convince him to play a bit of OG. but definitely we'll be playing some BR. So I most likely will be back on tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining me, and we'll see you next time. Bye.